Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to the live stream. We are today, as you can guess by the title, we are working on the settings menu, which I'm gonna go over in just a second on what I exactly mean by that. Last time we've been doing some refactoring, fixing some issues before the next playtest, and implementing jumping, which I sort of finished. I spent the entirety of yesterday working on it, if I'm being honest. By working, I mean like trying to make it feel okay with the rest of the game. And I feel like I got something that's gonna work, but I'm not gonna talk about it too much because I want to, keep it a secret until the playtest. Because if I talk about what I changed, and I changed a lot, both in terms of like the jumping, but also the rest of the game, it's gonna sort of spoil the next playtest because people are gonna be like, oh, I know what changed. I think it's better if they go blind into that, excuse me. Today we're gonna be looking at the settings menu and implementing some controls here because there are some settings that I want to have in the next playtest as well. If you take a look at this mockup, we basically need three types of settings. We need a slider, we need a Boolean sort of toggle, and then maybe an enum selection, right? So something that you have a discrete set of elements to choose from. It should be pretty easy to implement because most of this is already solved. We just need to sit down and implement it. Excuse me. Okay, I was doing some tweaks in here. Hold on, I think this is ready. I separated hot reload for the interface and the player controller, just so that I don't need to run two watchers at the same time when working on only one thing. So now I have one feature for hot reloading the player and then the other for hot reloading the UI. Hi, hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Yes, we can probably just steal like the text module and turn it into the first element, which is gonna be a slider. And my idea for this is to make it as simple as possible, so we're not gonna, instead of trying to be like, oh, okay, this is gonna be like a text label here, and then this is gonna be a rectangle on top of another rectangle, and then there's gonna be text on top of that. Instead of doing all of this, we're just gonna make one big element, and we're just gonna render this using Velo directly. Because there's really no point, since this is basically the last thing that we need. Yeah, I guess, because these are buttons, these are labels, these are other buttons. Right, so I don't think there's a point in making it as generic as possible. Nice, I just made my game settings menu recently as well. That's really cool. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I need to get into the mindset of streaming. So that's gonna be just a slider, I guess. Let's see. Can probably rename all of this. to slider, and then are there any systems? No, there are none. So we probably don't need the anchor, we don't need the font size, we don't need anything, I think, for the slider. Maybe for now we can make a value. And then we're gonna figure out how to connect this with like some sort of a model, right? Because it's another thing we're gonna have to figure out. We're gonna have to figure out how to save settings, and then we're gonna have to figure out how to represent them nicely without any weird, like, you know, two-way data bindings. Okay, so we can just derive the default. And this type is registered, so then we'll just be able to modify the value in the inspector and see how it changes. Slider bundle, we do need spatial, do we need interaction? Yes, interaction dictates whether or not it's interactable. We don't need text, but we do need a slider. Oh. Cannot type today. Just kidding, I can never type. Oh, Dan, you're live? Hi. Yes, I am. I am live every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, actually. To say same hour as today. Hello, been a while since I was able to tune in. Hope the game is coming along nicely. Hello, welcome back. I think it is, if I do say so myself. Gonna add a new element variant. Just gonna be a slider. Okay, do we need anything else? I don't think so. We could maybe add a quick little system before we start. This would let us test this a little bit in prefix update. No, fixed pre-update. Yeah. Here we're just gonna read some events for our UI. Oh, it's not iterator, it's read. And we only care about left and right, I guess. That's what's gonna modify the value. And then we're just gonna get a query of all of our sliders. Presumably mutable. Okay, so for now, again, we're gonna need to, set it up properly later. This is really just for the sake of testing. We're gonna get mutable entity. And if we press left, we're just gonna access the value and subtract from it. If I could do that. What's the matter here? Why is there no value? No, hold on. Let's Let's dereference this entity. That's weird. I don't know why it doesn't suggest that property. This is minus equal actually. Okay, and then the same for the right. This time we're gonna add I guess we can clamp it as well. Although I may not be able to do that this easily. Oh, maybe I can. Interesting. I thought the borrow checker would complain because that's a container and we're using at the reference here. Or maybe my errors are not showing up. We'll see. Add systems. We don't need any of that. Okay, so is that all? I think so. We can go to spawn and like actually add the slider somewhere in here where I spawn the like dummy elements inside of the tab. We can do slider. Slider, oh, we don't actually need that. We don't need to take the slider because it's just a default value for now. Position is going to be cursor, and then what else do we add here? Oh, this isn't updated actually. We're gonna need some UI position in here. Because I'm not actually using the text bundle anywhere, at least not yet. So I must have missed it during the refactoring. We want position and we want the size. Okay, and this is gonna be default. And now we're gonna add an actual position and size. Okay, does that make sense? It looks like so, okay. Position, that's gonna be the cursor, then the size, and then name. What are we gonna call it? Let's call it music volume. And then get the ID of that entity. And now we can nicely insert it right here. So it's actually gonna be here, and that's gonna be slider. So the reason it is this way is because the chain command uses Windows to iterate over. And I could make the implementation better, but what I do here is like these are the actual elements, and then this is the beginning element, and this is the end element, so that they cycle through after being connected. Where are the actual children? Here are the actual children added. Okay. So with all of this, it should already, first of all, compile and then attach our entity, and then we should be able to just implement the drawing logic with hot reload. Okay. No, something is missing. Or we need to increment the cursor position after adding the slider. The slider is obviously invisible, but we want it to, you know, have some space to be rendered in. So you basically move the cursor by the height of the element and then add some 20 pixels of offset, which I believe is how many is there? Yeah, that's 20. Yep, okay, so this is where the slider is gonna be rendered eventually. Yeah, it is right here. I can select it. Slider is not registered in the type registry. Okay, I always forget about that. We need to actually, you know, register this plugin somewhere. Crazy idea, I know. Settings are looking smooth. Thanks so much. Yeah, I spent a bit too much time on that animation. Okay, just to make sure before we commit to, you know, coding the rendering, just to make sure that everything works. Where is it? There's the volume. Yeah, there's the slider. So now I should be able to technically, I selected it now. Yeah, you can see that I can increment and decrement the value while I'm focused on it, despite the fact that it doesn't look like I'm focused on it, but I am. So all of the logic works. Now we can just make it pretty. Though we still need some boilerplate for that, but we can do it in the hot reloadable crate now. What are we gonna seal? Let's seal text again. It's gonna be slider. Sliders. What do we need? Global transform. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, we need a slider, we need the name. Do we need anything else? Probably UI size. Yeah, that would be it. No, don't do that. Oh no. We need to do one final thing. Where's the common crate? Oh, we need to expose these things actually. Keep on forgetting. This is stupid. I wanted to like experiment with access control in this crate. Where is it? Here. Instead of just making public modules, I was like, oh, I'm gonna, use only the things that I want or whatever. And now I'm suffering because I need to like add, I need to remember to add it. I'm probably gonna change it back. Do you use Spring animations for the incredibly smooth UI animation? Yes. Everything is driven by springs. And it's also made in a way that doesn't take interactivity from you, so you can cancel animations at any time. I'll go to sleep since it's 7 a.m. and I woke up yesterday. Good luck. Thank you so much. Have a great sleep. Who knows, maybe we'll still be live once you wake up. Transform, size, slider, and then name. That's what we get from this, right? Well, without that additional comma, I guess. Okay, we can now... Yeah, maybe we can draw something. Hold on, let's try, maybe not variable text, but let's fill like the area that it occupies. Let's go to a button, see some of their logic. Shape, let's take it. Make it ours. Okay, this is gonna be fill non-zero. Doesn't really matter. This can be surface active. Base matrix. That's none, and then the shape is just shape. Right? Yeah, okay. Oh, what's up with that? Oh, okay, I need to turn it into a rect first. Okay, so maybe before we restart it, let's go to draw and add the branch for a slider. Okay, almost works. I know what the problem is. Let's go back to the spawn function. Buttons, and I guess we need to stick to that convention. Buttons are positioned using like the top left corner, and then I manually add half the size. So let's do the same thing here. Take some measurements. What is this? 340. And it's technically the rest. We can just use the size of the element, I guess. Have this be affixed with. So it doesn't really matter because we're not making anything responsive. It's just gonna be scalable. Where's the game? Here it is. Yeah, okay, here it is. The little slider. Okay, now what? Let's take this rect out of this. Let's make a label rect. What's the name of that app? This one? This is Affinity Designer. It's like Adobe Illustrator, but better. And you don't need a subscription. You just pay for the software once. Label rect, that's just gonna be a copy of rect, and then we can do a little manipulations. So width. Can I set the width though? Ooh, no. I need to operate on like minimum, maximum. Well, that's a bummer. Let's hold on. Let's make sure that it is the case. Is there anything that takes mutable self? No. Okay, can only access these values. Yeah, but that would be simple. It would be max x is equal to label rect minimum x plus 340. It's gonna make it 340 in width. And now we can draw some variable text in here. Size is gonna be 24 for now. Brush. Ooh, what is a brush? I don't remember actually. I mean, I know what a brush is in Velo, but I don't remember. Oh yeah, it's just a color. Okay, thought maybe it's like a field configuration. Do we have a palette in here? We do. Let's just take text background. To brush. Okay, and then style is like fill versus stroke, isn't it? Yeah. Transform is gonna be, do we have the base matrix? Yeah, right here. Variations can stay default. Text is gonna be the name. And then anchor is gonna be left, center, center left. Yeah, okay. Nothing changed. Hold on. Maybe let's get rid of the fail. Because I'm assuming text background is kind of white. Yeah, it's just white with opacity. So we're drawing white on white. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so now it's in the center here. We don't want that actually. Okay, so we can do a little affine 2 from translation vector to new, and now x is gonna be rect dot with so we're gonna offset it half the width to the left. Yeah, now it's in the correct position. Oh, so you actually don't need this whole rectangle. I guess we're gonna need a slider rect, and that's gonna be a bit different. Because it's just gonna take minimum x and add this value to it. Oh, it's a different name now. Slide rect. Okay. And that alone should give us a nice little slider. Here it is. Actually, we can probably use it directly in here to make it rounded. Although we probably don't want to do that because we need a clipping mask, right? We want to, since we'll be overlaying two rectangles on top of each other, it's gonna be safer to use a clipping mask. So we're not overlaying two rounded corners on top of each other, like here, because then anti-aliasing may cause some problems with that. Also, the radius is like different. Hold on, this is 8 pixels. How many is this? This is also 8 pixels, but it's unaligned for some reason. All of them are unaligned. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy. What about you? No, that's perfect. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna start by clipping this layer instead of using rounded corners. We can do a little fill rectangle, and that's gonna be, ooh, what is it gonna be? It's gonna be max x is equal to, it's gonna be slider rect first and foremost. Max x is gonna be equal to fill.rect dot min x plus and now the width, which is just gonna be some percentage value of the slider rect's width, right? So we can, for now, probably just multiply it by the value of the slider. It's gonna be the fill rectangle. For now, let's use surface background, and this is gonna be surface active. We're gonna need to add some more colors to the palette. Okay, here it is. And I can increment it. Okay, awesome. It's really, really good. My life would be complete if Alice will be able to start breakdancing when you go idle in the final game. I'll think about this. But it would be, my only requirement is that it would be the, you know, the meme where it's like, I don't know, The Sims or something, and there's like the sim standing over a cat, and the cat is like breakdancing. It would be that type of breakdancing. That would take a while to animate though. I do want the corners to be rounded on the right here, so we're gonna need to account for that a little bit. Just found out that you do streaming earlier. Love your devlogs. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Are you gonna give the fill reg the same button effect? The same effect that active buttons have? Probably, yeah, on focus. Right. Hold on. Where's the mockup? I have too many windows open. Right, because this is like the currently highlighted option. So the text is white and the background is also white. So then we could have like this little effect on the slider. See how it's gonna look like. I just came back from the comp sci exam I mentioned yesterday, and I actually did so well. I didn't miss a single video. That's great to hear, first of all, that you did well. Congratulations. But also, I don't understand. I didn't miss a single video. Question. Oh, okay. I get you. That's awesome. I don't know why I said video. It's okay. So I want the corners to be rounded, but we need to, again, to sort of account for that anti-aliasing problems. We only want to do it if the slider is less than 1. So that should be pretty easy to do. Let's do let fill shape is equal to if slider.value is less than 1, else it's just gonna be this. Otherwise, we're gonna steal this little line. I should probably put like the corner radius into some setting for absolutely no reason other than the fact that it would be cool to be able to like change it dynamically for fun. How is it gonna work? How does it work in CSS? It's like top right, right? Would it be like this? Top right, bottom left, top left, I think. Cannot convert from that. There is a conversion for it. I'm pretty sure there is. I just don't remember what type it accepts. Oh, it's a tuple. Okay, it's not an array, I guess. We need to change the to change the brackets. Oh no, this is gonna be incompatible. Can we make it compatible? What do you require? Implement shape. I don't think I can do that, right? Without using dynamic. CSS uses top, bottom, left, right. No, we're talking about corner radius. And CSS in margin uses top, right, bottom, left. But corners are not like on the edges, right? They are on the corners. Oh, my bad, no worries. The error isn't incompatible types. It is. It literally says so. Because these are different. This is a rect and this is a rounded rect, right? But they both implement the same trait. Can I do this? I don't think I can. I'm new to Rust, by the way. Just wanted to put it out there. I don't know what I'm doing. I know that I can probably do this, right? And that's gonna work. Or maybe not. Trade cannot be made into an object because it requires self-sized. Yeah, okay. You know what? Just gonna do this for now and not worry about it. I don't think there's a way to do that like statically at compilation time. Border radius is top left, then clockwise. It could be true. You may be right. Top left. And then here it's gonna be 8. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, no, don't restart. Okay, here it is. And now maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. It's difficult. It's difficult to say. Let's make it less than a half, just to see it in action. So then it should be rounded here, but it's not gonna be rounded here. Yeah, okay. Easily one of the least noticeable detail in the entire game right here. Okay, now let's position the text. Let's see where it takes us. Hold on a second. Okay. Okay, that's just 10 away from the border. That's awesome. So what would this be? Base matrix times affine. No, we actually, hold on. We need to know the offset from the center, not from the text. I guess we could calculate it from rectangles, but who cares? That's gonna be like 10 times easier. Unless 145, okay. But it would be nicer to derive it from this. And I think we can derive it from this, because that's just gonna be half of the width minus this, right? So it's gonna be label width. And that's gonna be exactly the same affine matrix. Am I pronouncing this right? Hold on. Don't look at this. I'm not stealing the source code of Celeste, I swear. Affine, okay. I guess close enough. What program are you using for the design thingy? Affinity Designer. Thanks for answering that. I need to put it in my description because I got this question a lot. Okay, that's gonna be this plus label width. It's gonna be our value label matrix. You can just yank this text, put it in here so that it renders on top. Value label matrix. And here I will want to do some cool compositing, I think, maybe, because it would be fun if... Actually, I don't think we need compositing. I'm gonna take a look at this. I would like it to, you know, be black in here, but if it were something like this portion is white. So it should be really easy to do, because we just need to draw the text first and then have another text like this. Like this, right? And then as we expand this, you know, Affinity is trying to like put it somewhere else, but as we expand it, it's gonna turn from one to another. It doesn't really matter because it's like, it's not like anybody's gonna set the value to be so low because it's like volume. I guess you can set it to 0, right? I don't know. Let's take care of the styling later. There's gonna be text active. Some streamers like super low volume in games. Yeah, I know this. It's just that, you know, it would be something like this, right? This is like, I don't know, 10%. It would be weird to have something like that, because that's like what, 2% value. But who knows actually? Yeah, see, this is 1%, 10%, excuse me. 20, 30, 40, 50, and so on. Oh, we forgot about the padding. Let's add that as well. 2% milk. Good attention to detail regardless, thank you. I'm especially going to set volume so low to observe your mistakes. There will be no mistakes. I make no mistakes. Famously. Okay, so really it's just styling left, and then we can take care of the rest. Some of my Minecraft sound sliders are probably around there, to be honest. That's crazy. I feel like I don't know. I mean, I guess it is right. My volume on like my computer is constantly at like 20. So I guess you never really get the full range of volume. You're always sort of hanging in this like lower 20%. Okay, I'm gonna close the game for now, and let's add the missing palette properties and set up some focus highlighting. I think it also depends on how you handle volume, and that the higher range can be perceptually less impactful than the lower range. I'm not sure what you mean, if I'm being honest. You mean like the game's volume? Like louder sounds are not that common and most sounds are quiet, or? because I'm not sure how to interpret that. Okay, we're gonna need these colors. Do we maybe have any of them? What is this? That's 2E34. We do have 2E34, 38. You cannot see that, but that's the color of the... Oh, no, there's no... I cannot show you that. Trust me, it is there. So that's the color of terrain, but we probably want to have like a specific UI thing for it as well for now. Let's call it surface control. And then this 444D, we don't have that anywhere. Okay, it's gonna be surface control. Let's call this surface control background. That's a nice name. Nothing is a nice name. It's impossible to come up with a nice name, actually. I mean, like a difference in percent versus difference in perceived volume. Like 0% to 5% sounds like a much larger jump than 95 to 100. Oh, okay, I get you. I understand now. I wonder actually how volume sliders work. Because decibels scale exponentially, right? It's like a power of 10. 1 decibel up is like 10 times louder, technically. It's only the volume slider is set up wrong. It should be logarithmic like decibels, but some games don't. Interesting, interesting. I know next to nothing about music, so there's that. I said something and now I forgot. Oh, the focus. We need a focus spring for our sliders. Actually, oh, we probably should generalize them together with buttons, right? Let's take a look at the buttons. Update button, because there's update ripples. It would be nice if ripple ripple group. Yeah, this doesn't have to be a button. This could be anything. This could just be a ripple, and then we can reuse this for both sliders and buttons. It would be fun. Would be fun. Would be cool. Would be in the spirit of ECS, I guess. Yeah, okay, but we're gonna take care of that after a quick little break. I will disappear for 6 minutes and see you after that. How is the project structured? Is each directory with a source directory a crate which you import into the main root directory? I've never done a large project like this in Rust. This is also my first large project in Rust, so you know, don't look, don't ask me for advice, but yeah, it is how it works. There's a main crate called AST with like just one file basically. This is where all of the plugins are being loaded in, and then there are some other crates with different things. Interfaces like the UI, systems is like the player controller, DevTools are the DevTools that are only enabled at dev time, and then common is a chunker that we're sort of trying to split into smaller crates actively. Last time we extracted the shared crate, which is just a bunch of things that are sort of unrelated to anything, like, you know, extensions, for example, stuff like that. Would you say crates in Rust are akin to namespaces libraries in C#? Yeah, they're like assemblies in C#, I guess would be like the closest thing, in that they are compiled separately and then put together by the linker. What was I doing? Oh, the thingy. Okay, the button, the ripple. All right. Yeah, so let's make a new module for that. Call it ripple. Do some boilerplate. Prelude. Buttons and colors and menus. Oh my. Can two crates reference each other and use each other's types, for example, and C# assemblies cannot? No, you cannot have cyclic references, I believe, in Rust. I haven't tried it, but I'm pretty sure you cannot have that. Okay, I'm gonna register the plugin before I forget. Okay, now let's go in here and steal all of these, I suppose. So you are now just a ripple. You're a ripple group. Update button should stay in here, I think. Hold on. Should it? Yeah, because that's a different ripple. There are two types of ripples, because I'm not I'm not too creative when it comes to naming. Yeah, but this is update ripples. This, we should steal this. Put it in here. Button event, okay. Okay, now let's just import the missing references and we should be good. Oh, why do we need an interaction group? Hold on. Oh, to find what's selected. Okay, that makes sense. That's completely okay. This is a button ripple. This is position. And this is the ripple group. No, don't do that. Okay, and now the only thing, why do we have a button in here? We have a button in here because this is where we store the mask position, which we shouldn't. We should store it somewhere else, probably in the ripple, like right here. Right? This could be group. And this could be position. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream, LimeDie. Pleasure having you here. Definitely better than my naming, lol. I've got to use GUI, GUI, GUI. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. We have something stupid like this as well. What was this? The main plugin here, yeah. This plugin is called interface plugin. And then this plugin is called UI plugin. It's like, okay. Okay, we don't need update button. Oh, that's a problem. We shouldn't have deleted this from the other file. Let's add this back. Okay, update button. This is now going to be stored in here, so we can get rid of the mask position. And probably the mask spring as well. And that's going to be somewhere else entirely. It's going to be here. Let's make these public. This can be default probably. No, it cannot. It needs an entity. Implement defaults for ripple. Oh, it cannot have a default. Let's just make a new function. Like this. This is position and this is just spring. Yeah, sometimes I worry too much about names. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta name it something and like not care about it. Now we're gonna access ripple as mutable, since that's where all the nice components live. That's not gonna be 0, that's gonna be group. Then we're not gonna have a button in here, we're just gonna mutate the ripple. Let's call this a group. Okay, group.position, ripple.position is group.string. That's cool, but it means that there is a problem here, because this is where we're updating the springs. Let me think. We should probably put that in the other system as well. I'm new to using Bevy, and navigating the Bevy documentation is sometimes confusing. Does anyone know what app register type does? It puts the type in the app registry so that you can use reflection with it. For example, you can serialize it in a scene and stuff like that. I'm thinking if we could like reuse the interaction group for the same thing. Because right now, Ripples needs to reference the Ripple group, but there is already an interaction group. So if we could put a Ripple group on the interaction group, we could just assume that it's the same thing and not worry about that. So then there would be no group in here. Yeah, let's do that. There's gonna be no group in Ripple, and instead we're gonna take the interaction in here as well. Ripple position interaction. And we're gonna take the group from the interaction, which should probably be public, or maybe we can dereference it. And then the same story in here. We're gonna take the interaction group, or rather a reference to it. And then here we can take the Ripple group and interaction group. Let's call it groups, I guess. Okay, there's gonna be Ripple group, interaction group. They are unknown though, for some reason. What is your problem? Identifier groups is bound more than once in this parameter list. Oh, okay. Oh, we already have the interaction groups in here. Wait, hold on. I need to see how this looked like before I changed it. Oh, because we're using groups to... Okay, I see. how can we work around that? Hold on, let's maybe leave the ripples as they are. Okay, and now we're gonna get both of them in here. So we're gonna take the ripple group and the interaction group from two separate queries. Do we need to do that though? I feel like we could connect them into the same query. I don't think that's a problem. Just that here we're gonna have to do this. Okay, interaction group, ripple group. That's working. See, I have a physics exam tomorrow, so need that long sleep. Good luck on your exam. Thanks for tuning in. And have a great night. Now we can take this and put it in here, because the spring is now in the ripple and we can modify it however we want. And here we're like looking for it, but we no longer need to look for it because we have it right here. It's the interaction group. So we can just do if interaction group is equal to the entity, which we don't have. That's gonna be necessary in here. Okay, does this make sense? Almost. Cannot be the reference like this. Oh wait, that's interesting. I don't know what we're doing in here. Hold on. Let me take a look again. Group focus is equal to entity. Okay. So we're not dereferencing anything. We're just checking if the focus on this group is this entity. Okay. Okay, and then finally we update the spring on the ripple group itself. Just gonna change the names so that it's a bit less confusing. Okay, and what's the matter here? Cannot borrow groups as immutable because it's also borrowed as immutable. We could prepare this iterator beforehand, but I feel like just splitting this is actually not that bad one idea. Should have stuck with it. Because everywhere we like retrieve it, almost everywhere, it's just to use one of the elements and not both of them at the same time. Okay, here we want the ripple groups. Here we want the interaction groups. Same thing here. This is ripple groups. And now here we can do I'm thinking, what if there is no ripple group though? We probably want this to happen no matter if there is a ripple group. Let's do this here. That's gonna be ripple group, ripple groups, and then add another if statement that's kind of separate from it for the interaction groups. Or it's just called groups for now. Okay, and now we only update this in here. We take the spring always, and then we only update the position if there actually is a ripple group. I think that's perfect. This should be mutable. Let's call this interaction groups. And these are gonna be ripples. Ripplers? No. Ripples. No. Ripples. Why? Okay, I don't know what happened here. My muscle memory was typing something else. Yeah, okay, this makes sense in my little head. Now here we only need to update the button. So we don't need anything, we just need the button. And then we're probably gonna generalize it afterwards anyway. Because these other ripples are useful in other places as well. Okay. Oh, this can be default now. That's awesome. Now let's fix the spawn and everything else that we broke. Okay, so button ripple is now just a ripple. And it also doesn't need this. We can just use the default. And then this is the ripple group. From position, okay, that's awesome. The only problem is that this ripple group should now be added to the interaction group. So it's not a separate component. It's not a separate entity, excuse me. Where is the interaction group added? Here. This will now also contain the ripple group. Just like that. We don't need this whole thing. Okay, crazy if this is gonna work. Okay, I'm just looking for errors, which there should be some, probably in the rendering logic. Yeah, like here. So now we're trying to access button mask spring, but it's no longer in the button. It is now contained within. Does button store anything anymore? Yeah, it stores some things. Yeah, but we need access to the ripple. Here we can get the spring, and here we can get the position. Let's see if this compiles. It seems like it's gonna compile. Excuse me, I was stirring my tea. Okay. So, oh, it works. The ripple, I mean. But also our other buttons are not being rendered because ripple is technically optional. So some buttons are missing that. Looks nice, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's make it optional. I mean, ideally, no, hold on. Let's not do that. I think every button should have that. We can just go to the button bundle and just add it. Make it so that it's always there. Especially since it has a default value, so there's no problem with that. Now we just need to make sure that there is no collisions. We cannot add the same component twice in the same command. Yeah, okay, looking good. So with that out of the way, we can take care of the sliders. which would probably also require a ripple. Yeah, okay. So before we commit, let's commit to, you know, making it draw a nice slider. Let's add this component to the slider, I guess in here. And now in the spawn, we want to set it up properly. So let's take a look at this. This is where it's being created. That's the interaction group. So we're gonna wanna add a ripple group in here. And that's it. Should all work immediately. And we can just take care of the, no, not the tab. Where's the slider? Yeah, it's a bit difficult to tell probably what happened. Because the way ripples work, maybe here it's gonna be visible, is that the circle beneath them moves, right? So it doesn't just stay in the center, it like moves to the next selected item. Without that component, it wouldn't happen. But here it's kind of difficult to see in these two components. Okay, but now we have all we need to render this nicely, I think. Let me take a look at this for a second. What are you? This is 32% and this is 60%, so we probably need this in the palette as well. Is it a shader? No, I'm using Velo for rendering. Velo is a 2D graphics library. It's kind of like Skia in C++, for example, or if you're familiar with HTML, like Canvas 2D rendering context. And the way it works is that you just stack the commands that you want for like drawing 2D shapes. So I say, you know, fill this using this rectangle, and then, you know, fill the slider in using a different rectangle, draw some text, and that's basically how it comes together. So it's kind of like vector graphics, right? It's like infinitely scalable. It's a really cool thing, if that's what you're going for, obviously. But it doesn't support custom shaders, so there's that. But we are going for like a really flat and minimalistic UI, right? Here's the mockup. Kind of, here's the main menu, and then here's the settings that we're currently working on. So there's no texture, right? Which is why I'm able to use Velo. And this is a crate. It's called Velo, like this. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but yeah. Did you have to ship your own glue between Velo and Bevy? Yes, but it's really, really, really simple. It's literally just one, where is it? Velo context. It's really just one node that builds the UI texture that the Velo draws to. And that's practically, this code alone takes the rendered UI from Velo and puts it in the window. And then the Velo rendering is literally just this. I guess this is the function that I wrote as well. Here, right? That's like basically the whole, all you need to do to render the things. That is pronounced hueyo, like in Spanish. What does it mean in Spanish? Hold on a second, I'm researching this. Veyo. I don't know. They should put that on the website. Not true, by the way. Okay, that's awesome. I feel like it would say the pronunciation on GitHub and it doesn't. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna say the, you know, how do you say that in an English way, I guess? Anglicization? I don't know. What's the word for that? Anyway, that's the tech stack that we're using. So now in here we can grab our ripple as well. You can use it to do some stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot. We were adding new colors to the palette because that's something that we need. So we're gonna need this. This is gonna be text. Does Velo have a layout engine? No. It's just for 2D rendering. They don't have a text engine and they don't have a layout engine. I know that Xylem was released recently, which is a UI library built on top of Velo by the same people. So I wonder what they are using in there for a layout. It's probably something like Taffy or something, but I don't know. So this is gonna be to reflect the control thingy. That's gonna be text control background. This is just 100% white text color, so we also need this as well. Text control active. Yeah, some of them are duplicated. Hold on. Text control background, this is 32%. Active is just white. I'm gonna include some duplicated colors for now, and then we're gonna figure it out. Because technically this color is the same as this color, which I guess we could use it, because it is sort of the same idea. Yeah, we're gonna reuse it. But this could be custom as well. So this is gonna be this is gonna be just text control, right? And that's 60%. So the idea is that text control background is a thing that you want to display on top of surface control background, right? And then text control is displayed on top of surface control. so on and so forth. Again, naming things, not the bestest of things to do. Ooh. Ooh. What is this panic? The resource requested by interface GUI does not exist. Palette. Okay. Start over. Maybe just that it may be that the hot reload watcher didn't compile in time. Yeah, so the type IDs were different and it crashed. It's okay, nothing major. Okay, now we can do what we want to do, which is draw. Where is the label being rendered? It's right here. So this is gonna be text control. Text control background, I guess. Gonna lerp this over to text active. No, text control active. I really don't remember which color was which. Yeah, okay. And the time is gonna be the spring. So just get that in here. Okay, now it's correct, and as you can see, we can highlight it. Okay, now when we render the first rectangle, which is here, we're gonna wanna use control, surface control background. Okay, nice. And then slider color is gonna be surface control or surface active based on T. And this is gonna be the slider itself right here. Okay. It is almost what we want. It's just that the text now should be different. So slider label color, that's gonna be if we are not active, that's just gonna be what? Text text control. What is this? Yes, text control. And if we are active, that's gonna be text control active. Yeah. At least for now. Where's the color? Here. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's the that's the wrong color. Should be text surface active or something like that. Text active, okay. We're getting there. Okay, for now it's doing our twinning, but we're gonna make it so that the ripple actually appears on top of it in just a second. But first, maybe let's pause the game or close the game. Let's add some more sliders so that we know what we're working with. Let's see. Let's add like 2. It's gonna be master volume, music volume, sound effects volume. This should give us something to work with. I'm gonna take a sip of my tea. Okay, there we go. And now something is wrong. Oh no, nothing is wrong. It's just that all of them are empty. Yeah, so this is what we need to fix. Also, it shouldn't display the names. That's another thing. Where is this text being drawn? In here. That should probably be... oh my god, how does formatting work? I don't know. It's gonna be slider. Times 100. And now, I guess we can leave it like that. What's your problem? Expected this, found this, okay. So we're gonna have to like round the value up. Yeah, because we don't got a lot of floating point errors right there on display. The entire picture looks kind of smooth, including the level mockup. Did you change the style from pixel art to vector? You can open the description of this live stream, and in there's a title saying, what is Astortion? What is this game? And there's a link to a video in which I talk about it. Because I go over the art style. The art style is still pixel art, but the UI is full HD, like in Celeste. That's the TLDR. You don't need the question mark. Yeah, but that's for debugging, right? But it still includes the thingies. There is some way to do that, and I just don't remember. Oh yeah. Exactly. Thank you, Sandro HC. Perfect. Okay, now let's take care of this so that it's actually nicely visible. So we're gonna draw this text in here before we start drawing the rectangle. This will make it hide the text behind it. Let's make it bigger so that it's easier to work with. I'm gonna do something like current value or whatever. Yeah, now they are bigger. And we're gonna start a new clipping layer with the slider shape. And inside of that clipping layer, we're gonna draw another text, and it's gonna look beautiful, I hope. Maybe let's not. Let's not cast it each time, just do it once in here. I mean, it's not casting, it's conversion, I guess. Gonna put it, oh, that's nice. We're gonna put it here. And then clipping can go into the if statement. It's all coming together. So it's the clip layer that's gonna have the rounded corners. We're not gonna have to worry about it. The if statement is gonna be much smaller and everything is gonna be perfect. And then we just draw the same text again. So I guess, hold on, let me extract this to a variable. And then we're gonna draw it on top of the fill. And we only need one more color, slider. Slider label. Slider label what? Slider label whatever, you know what, we're just gonna put it here and just overshadow the previous variable. Okay, that's gonna go, okay, I need to think about this. It's always gonna be inside. So we do start with text control. The only difference is that, no, this is actually correct. We need to change the other. Hey, what's your problem? Temporary value dropped. Store it as this. Can I, by the way, can I just pass it as a reference? Would that count as a string slice? I think so. Okay. I wonder then if that's exactly what this method is doing. Yeah, okay. It just returns a reference to self. That's cool. That's awesome. This color is correct, and this color is gonna be different because this is the color on the background. Yeah, so it should just be always the same thing. We just want it to be like this grayish color, I think. Yeah, there we go. And this is kind of exaggerated because the label is really long, right? But normally it's just gonna be like this. Can you click and drag also? Not yet. There are no mouse events implemented in this setting. Because the game is like gameplay first. And then if you play it with a keyboard, you're gonna have a bad time anyway. So I don't worry about that at this moment. Gameplay first, +1. I meant, did I say gameplay? I meant gamepad. Although gameplay first also applies, I guess, to this game. I might have misspoken. I'm thinking because selected elements also get a little italics action in here. Maybe you should do the same for the text inside of the slider. I think that would complement nicely the rest of the interface, maybe. Let's see. It's just variants. Gonna rename this in just a second. We can make them from slant, yeah. And then we can do 0 lerp -10 based on the t. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Also, another thing that I just thought of, which wouldn't be that silly. Hold on, let's undo the long text. We could make it so that the slider has minimum width, so that it just starts like, even if when it's set to 0, the slider is still sort of like in this position, right? So that's 0, and then you go up to 100 or whatever the value is. The lerp to italic happens very fast. I can tell it's a lerp on stream. You can tell it's a lerp in general. Because it's really fast, but it's there. It's a little subliminal messaging, you know. You don't notice that, but it's happening. Especially once we add the ripple really takes center stage when it comes to attention. Okay, we will add the ripple. But first I need a little break. Text on the left of the slider is intentional, buttons and so on are centered. There is no buttons in settings, you know. This is something, I added them during the last live stream just for the sake of testing, but there's gonna be no buttons. This is how we're only gonna have sliders, toggles, and enum choosers, pickers, drop downs, whatever. That's the mock-up. So it's like, you know, to answer the question, is it intentional? Yes, I put it this way. What was I talking about? Yeah, the break. I'll see you in 6 minutes. Okay. Ripples. Ripples it is. So we already have a clipping layer. That's awesome. We already have a clipping layer for our fill. So all we need is just put the ripple inside of it. And we can steal it probably from the button rendering function, if I could find it right here. Oh, let's see. Variable text, fill, push layer, variable text. Yeah, okay. This is gonna be it, right? I love how it's called a circle, but it's actually a polygon with like 11 sides. Not confusing at all. Okay, it could be useful to extract this to a function, I think, because there's a lot of, like, the logic is the same and would be fun to style them at the same time. Let's see. Oh, hold on, but we also need to clip the mask for some reason. Trying to remember why. Oh, because we want the text to be inside of it. Yeah, okay, we can do that. Let's see, let's steal all of this. See what we need to make this into a standalone function. So, definitely a mutable reference to a scene. Presumably a rectangle and a spring value. And then the position of the ripple. We could probably take both of them from the ripple itself, right? Hold on. Because what's the spring? Yeah, the spring comes from ripple. And the position also comes from ripple, so we can just take the ripple. Like this. I'm gonna need a base matrix. Okay, a few things. Palette. And time. Awesome. Should be everything we need. Can I get some recommendations? Yeah, okay. Scene is scene, base matrix is base matrix, rectangle is rectangle, ripple is ripple. Okay, look at this. Nothing has changed. I love to see that. We can make it public in here for now. Okay, so this is gonna be the scene, the base matrix. Rectangle is gonna be, we're gonna use the slider rectangle, I think. And then we also need to take the time as a resource. Real time. None of those fake times. Okay, there we go. There's the ripple. Okay, a few issues. We're gonna need to adjust the position a bit. And also the text. Oh, the text. We probably don't need this fill anymore, because the ripple is providing the fill, right? Yeah, okay, now it works. We just need to reposition the ripple nicely. So that's kind of a problem with the current ripple implementation, because it's gonna always center it in the center of the element, which is not necessarily the center of the slider, right? It is close, but not close enough. Like this is the center, and then here's the centers. Here are the centers of the sliders, right? So we need to find a way to calculate this. I think if we take the center, yeah, we just need to take the center and subtract half of the size. Just like this. So mask offset is gonna be slider rect dot center dot x. Hold on, I think this is gonna be it. I don't think we need anything else. I'm not sure though, but it may be it. No, okay, it is in fact not it. But that's because we should be using fill rectangle. Okay. Let's go back to this to not overshadow this variable so we have access to it. Now this should work. Yeah, okay. Kind of. Not sure what's happening here. And also the entire text is being cut off. Which we could probably account for. Also problem number 2, this should be in here. We can just get rid of this fill, because the ripple only exists if we are focused on the element. It's just that the slider color should not be tweened in any way. This should just be surface control. Okay, and now it overflows the text. So we're back to the main problem. Temporarily, let's just see how it would look like without the clipping. It would look correct, aside from, you know, the transition not being perfect. Okay, now the way we calculate this radius is sort of flawed. How do we do that? We take the width. I have a physics exam tomorrow too. Holy, I'm gonna fail. Well, that's a bummer. I think what I need here is, what is half size? What is that? Okay, half size length. So we take the distance from like here to the corner radius. Okay, not half size, just size. No, and we're back to square one. Okay, that's wild. Oh wait, no, it's because I'm dividing it by 2 in here. This should be correct. Or not. What am I doing wrong? It works pretty fine in here. You know what? Let's subtract this after multiplying by the spring. See what's gonna happen. No, that's gonna be even worse, I think. Yeah. So I'm assuming the current radius is a result of this minimum value here, like 0.01. No, it's not. Okay. Well, then that's crazy. I don't know what's going on. No, the rectangle itself has to be correct because it's being drawn correctly. Let's try not subtracting the 20 pixels in here. Oh my god, you are streaming so late. It's literally midnight. I'm going to sleep, by the way. What is up with your sleep schedule? What do you mean? I woke up like 4 hours ago. So it works nicely in here, I guess. I think it would look better without circle scaling based on the fill percentage. It's a polygon, thank you very much. Yeah, but I want to make it match the button, which now doesn't have the circle, because we removed the minus 20. Yo, hello, welcome to the stream. I think if I restrict the radius, because definitely it's not gonna, even if we get it to work, it's not gonna look good here with this like weird small circle in the middle. Because if we can make it appear after a certain threshold, that would be enough. I don't know, I'll sleep on it. What if you make polygon the full size, but paint it white, gray based on the fill percentage? No, I don't want to do that, because the highlight is for showcasing that you are selecting this option currently. The size of the rectangle represents how much setting you have. Crazy idea. What if you do the same thing you did for the text, where you have a light and dark version of the ripple, and the fill just masks between them? No, because the ripple like shrinks down when you switch to something else. No, I think I'm gonna leave it like that for now. We can always, you know, try something else. Doesn't have to be perfect the first time. Or maybe we can just make the ripple always full width and not worry about that. Okay, anyway, let's leave it like this. That would be it for the sliders, and now we can take care of other elements. Like the Boolean value. Are you gonna make the value of the slider lerp2? We could technically do that. I don't know though. I think it has to wait for mouse support for me to see how that would work, because with mouse you definitely don't want to you know, make it lerp. It is an interesting idea though. Okay, do we have any errors? We do not, it would seem. Okay, next on the list, checkbox. So I'm thinking about having an icon in here that's actually like, hey, I'm checked. But I didn't have the time to put it in the mockup. Although it does look good, since there's already the enabled text, there's no confusion about this being checked. Because it could be the other way around, right? This could be like unchecked, and then the checked version would look like this, with like a white checkbox or something. Yeah, let's do iconless for now and then worry about it. I'm also thinking about integrating it with some sort of a backend for the settings. Because I'm assuming we probably don't want to store the value on the slider component, and instead make it so that it takes the value from somewhere else. Because there's probably gonna be somewhere a settings resource, right? And then there's gonna be like audio master, right? Things like that. And we're gonna have to find a good way of synchronizing the actual value and the value that the slider uses. And a part of me kind of wants to just like hard code it, because I don't think there's a way to make it work in a generic way with just the properties. If this was a hash map that would use like an enum for the key, then we could store that enum on the slider and make it generic. But then each time we access the settings, we would need to deal with a hash map. Although we could make helper functions for this. I don't know, I really like the idea of having explicit properties. Instead of using a hash map, because it's nicer to like serialize and stuff. We could probably inverse that, right? If we had like an enum settings key and then have like, you know, audio master, sound effects, then we could just like implement a method here. Then if the key does not match, because there are going to be other types that would be incorrect. Correct. Key. I guess. It's whatever. And then, since I don't really want this to panic, we can just return 0. What's your problem? Doesn't implement display. It does though. Oh, hold on. Is there no display macro? What's up with that? I guess I can use debug, right? It's not gonna be displayed to the user, the player, the gamer, anyway. Okay, I like that idea. And then our slider could just reference, you know, the key. It's probably gonna require some other things, yeah, reflection, for example. Probably some default. You cannot use reflect, like Bevy reflect struct. Yeah, but then I would need to get the property key for that. Hold on, let me see. How would that work? It would be cool if we could make it work with reflection, but then I don't know what the key would be that we want to store. I don't know how reflection works. Let me open up the crate documentation. I'm gonna take a look. If it's possible to store a key to a struct. Path navigation, get path trait allows accessing arbitrary nested fields of a reflect type. Using get path, it is possible to use a path string to access a specific field of a reflected type. Okay, interesting. So the path is a U32 integer. Okay. Or can I cast it to other things? Or wait, or is it like the value of it? No, it's the value of it, isn't it? Let's see how this would work. Let's make some settings. Hold on, let's make this default. Okay, so the path, what do you return? Returns a statically typed reference to the value specified by path. Wait, so this is when we already want to operate on it. and this is the path. That we need to pass. Okay, so what do you implement? Okay, so it can be just a string. Okay, but there is a parsed path. Pre-parsed path to an element within a type. This strat can be constructed manually from its accesses or with the parsed path parse method. Okay. This struct may be used like getPath, but removes the cost of parsing the path string at each element access. So you are clone debug partial equal. Okay. So we should be able to store it in a component. Or maybe not. Default is not satisfied. That's okay. And then reflect. Type path is not satisfied, but we could probably just ignore it for reflection. Because it's not like we're gonna serialize this. I just want to be able to inspect it. Parse path default is required. Okay, so I guess we cannot really use reflection with that. It's okay though, because we don't need it. Wait, can it be? No, hold on. Oh no, okay. Never mind. I thought that maybe parse is a const expression. Parse static, similar to parse, but only works on a static string and does not allocate per named field. Okay. Okay, so if we have the path, we have the access to the settings. We can make it so that it modifies the settings, and then we just need to apply this value back to the slider. So that we can access it during rendering. Okay, that makes sense, in my head at least. So we're gonna revert this. We're gonna keep the value in here. keep the value F32. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this from this module because it's not the proper place for that. I'm gonna put it here for now. Okay. No, not this. Settings. We're gonna make a little plugin, as always. That's gonna be a resource. Okay. And some default. I think what I hate about this reflection approach is that we will need to just reference it using strings in other places. So like goodbye refactoring, because Rust analyzer is not gonna detect that usage if you're gonna wanna rename the property or something, which is always a bummer. So I'm thinking that maybe we should sort of replicate this here. Like this, and then have the implementation right here. And then hold on, how does the parsed path work? How does it know which struct to reference? Oh, it doesn't. It's just like this. Wild how that works. Okay, actually what we can do instead is just have a constant for each of them with a static string. Again, how does this work? You just start access struct field named bar. Yeah, so that's just the name. Like this. Okay, and now in the slider, we're gonna make a new component. No reflection this time. There's gonna be slider setting. And it's gonna store the parse path. We're gonna implement slider settings new. Which is gonna take the path and return self with the parse path stored inside. Oh, result. Okay. Guess we can unwrap this. Since this is gonna happen at the start of the game when the UI is initialized. So there's nothing. So if something goes wrong, we're gonna know it immediately. It's not gonna happen at runtime. What can fail though? Access. Oh wait, it's an iterator. Can I somehow go to the iterator implementation for this? Probably not. So the item is a result, and when can it fail? Reflect path error. An error originating from an access element, from an access one element within a type. This tract accessed doesn't have an alpha field. Oh, hold on a second, but it doesn't know which tract I'm accessing. How could that happen? That will only fail if the format is wrong. Yeah, that's an interestingly wide error message. Not error message, error type. To say only this can happen. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna unwrap this and hope for the best. So now our controls can operate directly on that value. And we probably don't want them to be just floats, because there's some more information here. Right, there is value, but there's also like minimum, maximum, and step, presumably. Though arguably step could be an option on the slider itself and not the value, because it has nothing to do with the logic. Hold on. Let's implement the setting range. Implement default for setting range. Make it so that maximum is like 1 instead of 0. And the step is like 0.1. Just for the sake of testing. Oh, I guess we can just derive the default. It's whatever. Again, testing only, and this could be 1 as well. You could verify by accessing that field of a settings default with path. That's true, I could do that. I wonder, is there no built-in function for doing that? Feels like there should be. Why is that not a thing? What's... Oh no, this is the wrong settings. Can I not access my own thing, or did I not register that? Hold on. I did. I searched and I found nothing. Okay. Thanks for that. What's wrong with my settings? Why are they not public? Oh, okay. Okay, how do I access this again? This is like a path method or something, right? Yeah. Cannot satisfy reflect. The following types implement reflect. What do you mean by that? There is reflect in here. You could use directly get field that accepts a string. Yeah, I understand that. But I want to verify if the parse thing works. Oh wait, so this creates a path and then a get field is what gets the field. But this requires name. Wait, so where is parse path being used? So can be constructed manually. Maybe use like get path, but removes the cost of parsing the path string each time. Yeah, okay, but how is it used with get path? Are they testing it anywhere? What's this? Why can't I go to a definition? Get to the specified element on the given reflect object. See get path. Oh, okay. So it's the other way around. Oh, and this is gonna be settings path. Settings. Wait, what's the name of it? Settings range. Okay. So now I can just unwrap, and this should fail if the path is incorrect. That is the value of the field. Yeah, I think there's a delay on the stream. I figured that out. Hold on. Now we can update it correctly. Okay, slider settings. And we also probably need a mutable reference to the settings themselves. So now this is going to be slider dot path dot element mutable. Do we need the slider? Probably not. We can probably map it. Directly to this. And it's not a map, it's and then. Something like this, right? Should give us, maybe, if I wrote it correctly. It's gonna be some. Expected mutable reference. Yeah, I need to. How do I do that? As mutable. Actually, we're gonna be using it in multiple places, so I guess we can implement it onto the slider itself. Something like get mutable. And then a reference to self and a mutable reference to settings. And that's a function. And that's gonna return a mutable reference to settings. Oh wait, hold on. Setting range. And it's gonna be basically this. Do I want to unwrap here? I think so. I don't want to do it. Technically, there's no way this would happen. But then I'm gonna hate myself once it does. Oh, also this is the wrong thing. This is not the slider, that's the slider setting. No, this is decrement. And this is gonna be increment. Okay. We can implement the functions for incrementing the value and decrementing. Self.value plus self.step. And then we are incrementing, so minimum between this and the maximum. It's gonna be minimum, it's gonna be maximum, and this is gonna be minus. Okay, finally, what is this? Cannot return value referencing function parameter slider. Ooh, that's a bummer. Oh, and what's the problem here? Lifetime may not live long enough. Method was supposed to return data with lifetime 2, but is returning data with lifetime 1. Let's call the lifetime of this reference 1. Let's call the lifetime of this reference 2. The method was supposed to return data with lifetime too. Okay, but what's wrong with that? Consider introducing a named lifetime parameter and update the trait if needed. But I don't want it to work like this, right? I want it to be separate. Can I do it like that? Right, so self is A, but I want settings to be B. And then this is also B. Because it's not related to settings, the lifetime at least. It shouldn't be, right? Or maybe it is. Yeah, because the path result has a lifetime of A. Which I'm assuming gonna be both of those. I'm losing lifetime just trying to listen to this. It do be like that sometimes. Well, hold on, because it seems to be working. See, I know my lifetimes. I think. Or maybe the error is just not showing. This is confusing to me. Oh no, it's not, because it doesn't take a reference to self, it just consumes self. So there is no lifetime for self. There's just lifetime for root. So it should work just fine. Maybe. No, you really know your lifetimes. Let's see. Yeah, it does seem to be compiling. All of this should work now, aside from the fact that we did not set up the sliders to actually do anything. And we got a panic, so that's also fun. But I know what the problem is. The plugin is not registered. Rookie mistake. Right, let me check the panic message just to be sure. No, okay. Yeah, nothing has changed, just as expected. Now to the spawn, and we just need to add those setting sliders. Oh, that's fun, because if we set it up properly, we're gonna see the same value being reflected in multiple tabs. Because right now I'm just spawning the exact same content for all 4 tabs. So if the data binding is working correctly, it should be like the same between tabs. Are these not public? Yeah. Audio music and audio sound effects. I saw some like error highlight in here. Okay. I guess it's correct. Okay, we won't be able to see the changes reflected here, but we can take a look at the settings. And see that nothing is, oh no, hold on, it is changing. You can take a look at this value in here. We just need to reflect it in the rendered version. Let's, how do we call it? Update slider. It's called update slider values. And then we can be update slider events, or even handle events. We don't need to have slider in the name because it's in the slider module and it's not public, so like who cares? There's gonna be update values. Gonna take our mutable resource, which doesn't have to be mutable anymore. I'm gonna query our slider settings, and then we can probably do like an early out, right? If settings is not added and settings is not changed, we don't really care, nothing has changed at all. And then we can do this. Or not and? No, what do you mean by that? It's correct. We only want to return if it wasn't added and it wasn't changed. If it was either changed or added, we need to run this. Settings not added and not changed. Yes. Because like we want to do this basically, right? This is the same logic that we want to do, except I'm doing early out at the top to sort of not have so much nesting. Guys, this is like logic 101. Anyway, now we need to do the reverse, right? So we need to read a value from slider settings. Oh, and also, hold on, we also need the slider. And we're gonna be mutating the slider and not the settings. Good luck, everyone. I go to sleep. Have a great night. Thanks for tuning in. Slider setting what? Set? No. Wait. There's get mutable, but we don't need to, we just need to get it without mutable. Yeah, we want probably the same thing, except this is gonna be just a reference, not a mutable reference. Okay, the rest is exactly the same. No, wait. Slider.value. I keep wanting to like set the setting, but we want to set the value here. So let's just do this. See what's up with that. Expected mutable settings. That's not true. You're lying to me. Okay, this is gonna update the values. Gonna add a new system. That's gonna be post update. Update values. I'm gonna run it before velo render UI, just to make sure that we see the changes as soon as possible. Okay, let's see. If you want faster compile times, you can take a look at SC cache is saving time when recompiling. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down and look into it. Currently, since I have hot reload enabled, I have a background watcher, so I have like two processes running at the same time, and also my processor is like 8 years old. So, you know, and also I'm streaming, but I will look into it. Okay, interesting. So is it still necessary? I thought that the Rust compiler already does it. But I'll see. I'll check it out. Okay, so I'm changing this to 4D, and now everything else is 4D. And there's a little visual glitch in here happening, which I have an idea as to why it's happening. But we'll look into it later. Yeah, because it's happening on every single ripple. Actually, let's check if I can fix it immediately, because I'm gonna forget later. Let's go to the rendering logic. And since we are currently not using Ripple to clip anything, I'm gonna add a Boolean flag in here. If clip. Where is it? Here. Here we want to clip, and then here we don't. So this happening on the borders between the things. Okay, here we go. Yeah, now it's gone. Anyway, the thing works. It's now 60 in every single one of those. Yo, hello, welcome to the stream, Cat Yam. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna see you. Are you ready for what I'm about to say? I am not ready. I'm actually escaping right now. See you in 6 minutes. I have returned. Damn, how am I so good at coming at the wrong time? I don't know, man. I don't know. I swear I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it on purpose. Okay, hold on a second. I need to sit properly. Okay. I'm sure you don't. Yeah. Well, anyways, happy Wednesday to you specifically. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Happy Wednesday to you too, by the way. I guess I never say that. You also deserve a happy Wednesday, I think. Man, I'm going on like a 6 minute break and I'm immediately losing all the context of what I've been doing. I'm like a goldfish. Hold on. Thank you, Mr. Official. You got it. Reflect on it? Reflect on what? So now that we used reflection, which I was kind of scared of, but it turns out it's not that complicated. I do have this to-do item for like reflection-based extras, and I kind of like this idea. Right? Because if we could like reflect this thing and then somehow make it so that it applies the components automatically, that would be cool. And a waste of time, but could be a fun thing to explore. You were doing reflection stuff, okay. I see. We added the sliders, we added the settings work. Looks like a comment to me. I don't think there's anything else we need to add. Let's just see if there are any missing or unnecessary imports or something. No, but it's looking good. I like Clippy. I switched to Clippy recently. I like the errors that it finds. But for some reason, VS Code is not really reliable when it comes to showing the errors. Like when I press F8, sometimes there are errors, but it just doesn't go to them for some reason. Okay, what have we changed in here? Some of this, some of that. Okay. Setting sliders. There we go. Now we can take care of the Boolean value. I'm gonna copy this entire thing. What is it? A checkbox? Checkbox. Okay. I think most of this is gonna be really similar in terms of the logic. Maybe a bit simpler. See, like this whole struct That could just be a generic parameter over the setting range, right? And nothing else. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Can we do that? I think we can. Okay, checkbox bundle, spatial interaction, slider. Which should now be a checkbox. Variant, okay. Position, ripple, ripple. Does a checkbox need a ripple? I don't think so, because this is so small. Yeah, this is so small. We could probably get away with just twinning the color. This would be the highlighted state. I'm gonna leave the ripple in here because it doesn't really matter. It has a default value. Size and then name. Okay. So this is literally the same thing. Like 1-to-1. Again, I guess if we took a look at, if we were to take a look at the bundles that we have, there's probably a lot of repeating things, right? Like if we just get rid of the checkbox, but I guess there's the variant, which is different. No, okay, never mind. Let's not try to overgeneralize it. Checkbox. There is no variant called checkbox. Let's add it. And now let's generalize the setting. Setting component. Where is it? This whole thing. This is gonna go over to the settings module. Let's call it a setting path. It's gonna be a nice name for the component. That's okay. And then we want a generic parameter here. I'm assuming it's gonna require some constraints. Yeah, what is your problem? Reflect is not satisfied. Okay. And this is never used. What about now? Something's not right. Oh, okay, I did double colon for some reason. Okay, that seems to be all we need. Excuse me, when I was adjusting the mic. Not sure if you can hear the squeakiness of the arm. So now we will just take setting path for setting range, and it's exactly the same thing. Literally sounds the same as mine. Okay, you mean the mic or the squeakiness of the thingy? I wanted to use Velo for drawing, but it's not working in WebGL because of compute shaders. Now I need to rewrite shaders. Oh, that's a bummer. Sorry to hear that. The amazing sound of the boom arm. Boom arm, yeah, that's a nice name for that. I could probably do something about it, right? Some WD-40 or something. Okay, we need a settings struct to represent. Technically we don't really need it because it's just a boolean. I don't think there's any more like settings that you can have, right? But that would require movement and other stuff. Yeah, I would need to leave my house and actually go somewhere to buy it. There's a whole ordeal. Okay, I'm thinking. I'm thinking and I'm actually overthinking the reflection, not the reflection, serialization, because we're gonna want to serialize the settings. We probably don't want to serialize this, right? We're really only interested in the value. And I guess we could ignore. Yeah, I think this would be the way around it, right? We can just ignore them in the reflection, so they wouldn't get serialized, and then the default would be used instead, I'm assuming, and then the default could be our default configuration. Okay, we can do it this way. No problem. So this is gonna be setting range, setting checkbox, I guess. And here it's just gonna be a value, nothing else. Let's make it, I don't know, a camera shake or whatever. And we can derive default as well, because that's just false, at least for now. Gonna implement some functions in here. Function What functions do we have here? Get and increment. Yeah, so just gonna do the classical get and set. You are using features Bevy dynamic linking? I am. That is true. I'm using dynamic linking. I am using LLD linker. I have nightly. I went through all of the like configuration on the website that they recommend. It's gonna be a mutable reference. Let's take the value. I'm using Mold as the linker. Yeah, but that's for Linux only, and I'm on Windows. Wait, what am I doing? I do want to try running it on Linux because I have dual boot set up. See if it's actually faster. Okay, we have the settings checkbox. Now here we're gonna query for setting path for a setting checkbox. Same here. Reader, we are only interested in the press event this time. And I guess instead of set, we could probably have a toggle. Okay, and this could be a flat, right? Can I get some suggestion for that? No, I cannot. Oh, that's a bummer. Let's do it manually. So this is a checkbox now, and the checkbox will need a different value in here. Okay, looks like all of this works now. This is no longer using slider setting, right? That no longer exists, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be setting path, setting range, some turbo fish in here. Yeah, like this. Perfect, and now let's just create our checkbox as well in here. Checkbox bundle, group position size, camera shake. Setting path to a setting checkbox. And what is this path exactly? Camera shake. So you know what? Let's misspell it just to see if it's gonna panic at the beginning. Okay, camera shake, and I guess we can remove the test values in here. No longer need them. We have enough custom controls now. Oh, and the focus is gonna be on the master audio setting. Okay, is that all? Can we actually compile it? I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. Okay. Yeah, the common crate is like the worst offender when it comes to compilation times. It really likes to hang on that crate. What is this? Oh, okay. I meant, yeah, I did this on purpose. It's actually logging the error. Missing struct access camera shake A. And that's great. That's interesting because it's when compiling for a second it displayed the shared crate next to a common crate as if it was compiling them both at the same time. But the common crate depends on the shared crate. So I don't know how that works. Okay, so something interesting that is happening here is that the other controls don't change their opacity for some reason. Let me investigate that. Let's see, let's make this much slower. Just to see what's gonna happen in like a little slow motion. Yeah, you can see only the top one is disappearing. And it doesn't have to do with what's selected, it just is this way. So my current guess would be that something is wrong with the panes. Because it has the surface and UI size. No, but the size is big enough. Okay, I see the problem. I see that the value goes from 0 to 1 and then back from 1 to 0. Despite the fact that this is the gameplay pane. I mean, all of them are gameplay panes, but this is the pane on the left. So it's never selected. It should stay at 0 forever. Surface.surface isn't cubic.timer. Oh yeah, that's wrong. Man, who wrote this? And why? Visibility. And then here, if we are active, we want to use the timing, but otherwise it should stay at 0. I think. Though it shouldn't be visible at all, like no matter what. So maybe that's not it. Yeah, no, something is wrong. For sure, for sure. Let's take a look at the visibility setting right here. Now it's hidden. Okay, and it remains hidden throughout the entire thing, and then it becomes inherited. Yeah, okay, so visibility is correct. Are we rendering it despite the fact that it's hidden? Is that what's happening? Yeah, there's, if not visible, then continue. Something wrong with inheritance, maybe? Where's the inherited visibility? Right here. Now it's enabled, now it's disabled, and then it remains disabled forever. Okay, that is peculiar. Oh well, let's finish the checkbox and then we can go back to it. So now we can copy the rendering setup from the slider for the checkbox, because it's probably gonna be pretty similar. I feel like I'm missing something. I have a weird sensation. Plugin. Of course I'm missing a checkbox plugin in here. That's gonna require a restart. Oh, and also UI does not export the checkbox. Excuse me. Okay, most of this is not necessary. Let's see. I'm gonna comment this out just so that I can compile it. You could make a compilation video about how many times you've forgotten to add a crate. Yeah, the plugin. Classical mistake. Maybe one day I'll learn. Okay, now we can make this happen, hopefully. Size, checkbox, ripple name, label width, rectangle. Some of the logic is similar. We probably can make a function for it, like drawing the labels, right? Because labels are identical for everything. Seems like that's a lot of common logic. Okay, we don't need a fill rectangle. We do need a checkbox rectangle, okay. Variable text, slider rectangle, some clipping, some fill, and then we can just remove everything else for now, because it's gonna be quite different. Does one's game ever crash with Rust? Yeah. If something panics, the game's just gonna close. You can make sure that like your code doesn't panic, and then technically the game would never crash. But external crates that you're using really like to use panics. Oh hey, finally catched you live for once. That's awesome. Welcome to the live stream. I'm glad you could make it. Okay, we have the camera shake with our checkbox. Let's call it a box rect. And then we can make it so that the maximum x is the minimum x plus, what is it, 60? What are you? 40, okay. Okay. It's gonna be the little checkbox. Value label matrix is still necessary, but it's +10 in here. And what we want is for it to be here, which is gonna be +50. plus 50. If you haven't, I recommended using this error to implement a per crate error type and alias result t to result t my error. So I believe I am using it. Hold on, where's my process? In here. Is this error? Yeah, I'm using this error where in places where I need to handle errors. But in the game code, there is really not many errors being actually thrown, or returned by functions. Usually it's like Bevy returning errors and then I need to handle them immediately somehow. I rarely need to like propagate them further, is what I'm trying to say. Because usually you have something like this, where it's like, oh, is there a checkbox with this entity? And if there is no checkbox, then like you need to return, right? You cannot really draw something that doesn't exist. And since this is sort of called from within a system, the system cannot really do much about that. But I do have, because I do want to experiment with this, I do have a to-do with option chaining. Because there is this thing in Bevy where you can like chain. Is it called chain or pipe? You can like put systems together and have it so that the result of one system is fed to the next system. And this can be interesting because then maybe you can make a system that returns an error and then use the option, the question mark, instead of having to return manually. Anyway, value label, yeah, that's necessary. Slider label color, that's probably not necessary. Variations, we can keep them. Let's copy this text drawing function and just put it in here. In fact, I don't think we need to clip anything. We can just do this and then draw the text. It's gonna be really simple. And this is gonna be some matrix was the name of it. Why isn't it recommending it to me? Value label matrix. And this is gonna be variations. And the name for now is gonna be enabled. Also, a quick question, how did you configure views of the code to have the rows of tabs for open files? There's a setting for that. Let me find it for you. Wrap tabs. If you don't have it, they're gonna scroll, right? And you have it, they're gonna wrap. And then you also have the compact version, right? So by default, they are a bit bigger. That's a built-in thing. You don't need any plugin. If checkbox.value okay, we can toggle it on and off. And also, where are the rounded corners? Something is up with that. Oh, okay, I'm not using the shape. Okay, so it's probably just down to tweening some of the colors, and that's it. can put the variations here directly. Yeah, now it's rounded and the color is wrong, so that's something that we need to fix. Label color, box color. So you're gonna start with text control. Which one is it? Control. And we're gonna tween to active. And everything is gonna be perfect. Almost. Oh yeah, we don't want to tween based on the t. We want to tween we don't want to tween actually. That's an if statement. Checkbox value. It's gonna be this. And then else, it's gonna be that. Oh no, I changed the label color. That's the wrong color. Undo all of this. This is what I wanted. We start with... Oh, that's the wrong color, by the way. Okay, I messed up. I think they are the opposite of what they should be. Those animations look great, thank you so much. Had a lot of fun making them. Box color, hold on. Box color, text color active. Okay, so this is just copied over from the other thing. This should be control, surface control. Yeah, and then this should be surface active. And now we're talking. If we can get some hot reload. There we go. Okay, almost. It's inverted. Wait, I'm doing it wrong. Hold on. That's the wrong thing, because this is disabled. We're not changing the color based on the state. We're making it empty. I need to sleep. It's 3 a.m. Good luck with everything. Thank you so much for the help and have a great sleep. Yeah, so the color was correct. The color should stay the same. The color shouldn't change. Like, let's start with that. Color shouldn't change based on whether or not we're selecting it currently. Is it Bevy UI solution or you're using another crate for UI? Never touched GUI with Bevy, as I just touched a bit with it. This is Velo, which is a 2D graphics library. It's a crate from the Linebender organization. Here it is. It's basically, you know, like Skia or the canvas rendering context 2D in a browser that lets you like render text and, you know, vector graphics and stuff like that. And I wrote my own glue between Bevy and Velo. So I'm not using the Bevy's UI. In fact, I don't have it enabled. I think, yeah, it's not even in the features that I'm using. All right, so we are doing the wrong thing. We don't want to change the color. We want to do if checkbox value else I'm gonna do stroke uh, 8 pixels, I believe. Is that the case? No, 4 pixels. Yeah, and the rest stays the same, excuse me. And box color can just be surface control, nothing else. At least for now. Oh, no, we can change the color. Hold on. I know, I can see it now in my head. There's gonna be surface control, and that's gonna be surface active. And now I think we are talking. We're gonna need to sort of handle this thing because here I'm sort of using this nice setting for strokes, which makes them inset. I believe Velo is gonna render them like that. So we're gonna have to do something about that. Yeah, it's a bit too big in this form. Cool stuff, didn't know about Velo. I'll have a look at it when I finish my current project. Yeah, it is a really nice crate. Still early in development, but the sort of good thing about it is that it follows sort of the same API pattern as other similar libraries. So, you know, if something happens, you can always like change back to like Skia or something because there are bindings for Rust. Can we use clipping maybe? I think that would be the easiest solution. Yeah, so I try to escape clipping, but it seems like that's not possible. I'm gonna clip the layer base matrix using the rounded rectangle. And then we're only gonna fill the rectangle. Doesn't have to be rounded anymore. Roundness will come from the mask. And here, if we just make it 8, that's gonna, oh no, hold on. Pop layer. It's gonna cause some trouble because I didn't pop the layer after clipping. Okay. I'm not a huge fan of this. I like how this looks like. I like this. And I like this when it's highlighted. I don't like this when it's highlighted and empty. It feels kind of strange. I'll think about this. For now, it can stay like that. We're probably gonna wanna have some icon inside of it as well. We can just make an SVG and draw it using Velo, because that's pretty straightforward. That's how I'm making these little things right here. I cannot show you with a mouse because it switches to a different control scheme, but when I use a controller, it has these little bumper-like icons. That's an SVG. What about filling the box only a little bit when off and highlighted? A little bit like with a lighter color, you mean? We can try that. If checkbox value, wait, hold on. I would need to do it here, actually. Do your percentage bars have percentage fill, or for just the animations for focus, unfocus? Hold on, I'm thinking what you mean by that. Do your percentage bars have percentage fill? Like this? Is that what you mean? Like, yeah, there is visual indication. I was thinking more like inner outline fill, if that makes sense, but that could work too. Inner outline fill. So you mean something like this when it's focused? I don't know. I don't like the outline at all. It kind of looks good when it's not disabled, but the moment it becomes more exposed, it just looks worse. Okay, so what would it be here? Let's do a little fill color. So when we are not focused, that should just be surface background, and then when we are focused, that would be surface control, for example. I think that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, so now it's like this, and then we highlight it, and there's a little thing inside. I don't know. Maybe it could always have a fill. What if instead of surface background, that was surface control background, which is this color right here. Once I implemented a volume slider, and the most satisfying solution I found was to round the number to the nearest 10, even though the actual value was a float. You mean the displayed number in here? Like the slider would move however it wants, but the value is rounded to 10. What if the numbers on bars followed the feel of the bar, kind of getting dragged along when you move it? Thought it would look cool to fill the empty space to the right of the menu. But I like the heavy column here on the left. I like the fact that it's like this. Because then, you know, all text is aligned to the right, and then like what you're suggesting, right? Like this. I don't know. I feel like it would be difficult to handle this situation. Also, this doesn't work. Okay, we need to fix that. But a situation like that when there is nothing selected, or like the value is 0. Yeah, no, disabled needs to be empty. I'm gonna leave it empty for now. I'm gonna sleep on it. Maybe it will come to me in a dream. I'll think about the numbers as well. Because it is an interesting idea. Let's finish the checkbox first. I mean, I guess it's finished. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, the value is nicely mapped between the two. Please ignore the weird transition between the tabs, the flickering thing. I'm gonna have to fix it as well. Oh, I may have an idea as to why that is. Surface interface. Let's see. What are you doing with your life? Rectangle. Okay, that should be correct. What if I'm gonna try to push a full layer in here instead of a clipping layer? Let's see. Alpha set to 1. Base matrix, and then whatever the shape is. Let's see. Because the clipping layer, the way it's implemented, it does some like optimizations, and sometimes it causes glitches. No, but that's not the case. Sadly. Gonna have to investigate deeper. So far I love seeing how tidy your project is, more so after hearing you had not been coding in Rust for long. Yeah. I don't know about the tidy part. We have this gigantic crate that we need to figure out eventually. But I'm trying my best. Okay, maybe I'm thinking about these numbers and their positions, and also about this glitch, which I don't like. Could it be that it's just the 0 value messing it up? It could be. Hold on, let's go to the slider, see what's up. Where is it? Where's the clipping? Draw ripple. If slider.value is less than 1, then we're doing this little clipping. However, the text is already drawn, so here's the thing. If slider.value is equal to 0, or I guess greater than 0, only then we want to execute all of this. How many clip layers do we have? Here's 1, here's 2. Yeah, so that's like this. Right, and then if it's 0, so in this edge case like this, where the back happens, we're just not gonna draw anything. Yeah, but let's see if that's really a problem of this being 0. If I make this text longer again, then it's gonna overflow even in this current situation. Yeah, no, okay, so it's always a problem. it's not getting clipped by the first clipping layer. No, yeah, but you did break up a lot of things into subgrades, which sometimes is a headache. Oh yeah, we spent the last live stream doing that actually. Okay, let's try to use a full clipping in here this time. Base matrix. Oh wait, that's the clip layer, hold on. Okay, clip layers are used in both of these. Maybe that's the problem. I'm just guessing mostly, but let's see. Button, where are you? Yeah, let's seal this. Go to the slider. Replace this, see what's gonna happen. Nope. Let's do it here as well, just to make sure. I guess the current setup is gonna work regardless, because the situation is not gonna happen. I mean, I guess it could. It depends on the step that we use for the sliders later on. Yeah, no, still doesn't work. Oh well, I'm gonna look into that. Eventually. I guess this if statement can stay here. It's not doing any wrong. Okay, are there any errors? Dummy tab no longer needs a text. That's interesting. I guess it's because we are not adding any buttons onto it. Okay, other than that, Draw ripple is not necessary. Time is not necessary. Okay. Check boxes. Next up would be this thingy, which is an enum sort of chooser, and I honestly don't know how to make it work nicely. Because it could be, a part of me wants to make it into a dropdown, because dropdowns are cool. So you kind of press on it and then it like displays a list. And then maybe it's a little bit bigger than the actual thingy. And then the values are like listed in here or whatever. The problem with that is that games usually don't do that, right? Usually when you have like a selection like this, you just press right or left to cycle through them. And there are like little arrows on left and right, which would be like 10 times easier to implement. At the same time, it is always annoying because especially when it's resolution and when games do that thing where like switching to another option is like immediately changing the resolution, despite the fact that you need to like cycle through 10 of them to get to your resolution. This is a UI design stream now. Sorry guys, no more Rust. This arrow is way too big for what it's meant to be doing. Yeah, it could work temporarily. And then maybe, what am I doing? What am I dragging? Oh, that's bad. And we could make it so that there is a minimum width of like 60. And that would just be 0, right? Or, you know, make it like, maybe make it even, no, it could be like this, right? And then it's just that there's always a little owl section field, despite the fact that it's 0. And then you just drag it from here to here. I also just noticed you're using Affinity Designer and not Illustrator. That's cool. Yeah, I got rid of my entire Adobe stack like 2 years ago, I think. I used to pay the full subscription, but now I'm using DaVinci Resolve for editing and Affinity Designer for my vector needs, and Audacity. instead of addition. Although I'm not exactly happy with Audacity. Could be a little bit better. But other than that, it suffices. I want to get rid of Adobe too, but I still can't find anything even close to After Effects. Oh yeah, that's for sure. There's no good competition for that. I don't think so. Maybe, depending on your use case, maybe DaVinci with the, what's the name? DaVinci Fusion? I don't remember. But I believe it's just like a subsection of what After Effects can do. Anyway, not my area of expertise, regardless. I'm making it fit in this rectangle, by the way, if you're wondering what I'm doing. What if this was a cutout? So something like this. This is like the ugliest checkmark shape ever designed. Where's the, how do I reset to 100%? Nope, not that. Okay, like this. Yeah, this could work. And then when this is highlighted, nope, not like this. This would be white. This could have to be the same then. Because like it doesn't really matter in this state because they are not focused. So they don't need a lot of contrast anyway. Right, they can just be there, sort of. And then once this gets focused, they become visible. Although now this doesn't match the text, which I hate. For editing, I use KDEN Live, though I never had to do anything but a bit of light editing. For me, the biggest thing is the amount of effects in After Effects. I assume the effects exist separately in different programs, but someone just has to combine them. Maybe. What if I steal you and put you in here, just like that? This looks off-centered, by the way. It is perfectly symmetrical, but for some reason my brain is like, no, it's not. No, that's an awful check mark. Oh my god. Forget you saw anything. What if we do some crazy thing, like let's make this. Oh, why is it not snapping? What is it snapping to? Snap to the grid. Okay. What if we make this 45 degrees? but like this. I mean 90 degrees here. No, that doesn't make any sense. That just looks ugly. Okay, let me do something really quick. Hold on a second. I'm looking for something. Looking at the material icons. Yeah, they are doing it with like the 90 degrees angle. You saw nothing. Ooh, what is this size? What are you? 18? Okay. Also, I just broke my program, by the way. I think. Yeah, okay, I need to restart it. Hold on, give me a second. Technical difficulties. Pressing Control Shift while dragging something in Affinity Designer on my computer breaks the interface because it toggles keyboard layout change in Windows, which something is it somehow messes up the state machine, and I just cannot click anything anymore. Material icons use a 90 degrees angle, but you had the rod arm in too steep of an angle. Yeah, I noticed that. They have more like 60 degrees or something, like for this angle. It's not just 40, it's not 30, because that's what I did, I think. I did like 30 in here, and then 60 in here. Just want to see how this would look like. I already don't like this because it's already too big for my purposes, because it wasn't designed to be, you know, that big. Why is there no snapping to the pixel grid? I don't understand. Oh yeah, it is. It just doesn't show it. No, it does seem to be following 45 degrees. Also, it's just, okay, it's 45 degrees in both sides. Okay. I'm pretty sure I tried that. Okay, question, can I... Yeah, okay, I can just do this. I'm sorry, where's my curve? Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah, this looks ugly, but maybe. What if we make it overflow? Nah, don't like it. I don't know. We're gonna figure out the icons eventually. $3 a.m. moment, gonna go sleep. See ya. See you too. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna go on a break and be back in 6 minutes. Okay, I am back. Yeah, I guess for now we can just implement the toggle without any icons, with just like left and right. And we worry about that eventually. So I guess I'm gonna go to the slider and copy this whole thing. This is gonna be a select, I guess. Ooh, but that's gonna be an issue because we need to somehow display the values, which are gonna be represented by an enum. Yeah, I haven't thought this one through. Let's try defining this. Or should it be an enum when we think about something like resolution? Can we even set a custom resolution? I guess we can. I wonder if Winit can like provide you with a list of possible resolutions. I don't think that's something that can happen. Yeah, so maybe before we commit, also what happened here? Why is all of this offset? When did I change that? I cannot go back this far. Like clearly this should be like that. Okay. I'm thinking if there would be any other places where an enum would be used. Because we don't really have that many advanced settings. Usually you'd find a select in like rendering settings, anti-aliasing, if you want to have like 2 times, 4 times upscaling. Oh no, I have a control scheme detection setting that I need. So basically, like, do you want to auto-detect the input, or do you want to prefer keyboard, or do you want to prefer gamepad? Because that's an issue that is happening currently with the playtest, where some people have their scheme switching constantly from gamepad to a keyboard due to the detection, the automatic detection. So there needs to be a way to like disable the automatic detection. So let's do something like that. Input scheme detection, keyboard, gamepad, automatic. And then we're gonna derive reflect and default, and the default is gonna be automatic. Right, now we need to do something about this so that we can display it. Okay, but I'm assuming we're gonna store the value as some generic enum, right? Although that's not gonna be generic. I mean, it is generic, but we won't be able to have a system that runs for every single select. We're gonna need to register it individually for every type of select that we have, including the rendering logic. So that's a no-no. We need to find a better way. I guess a select could store an index. And then we could convert that index into an enum. Can we do that in Rust? Is there like a predefined way of achieving something like this? More concise way to convert usize to enum. As usize, self as I8. Oh, it requires a custom representation, or whatever wrapper means. Okay, and then from usize. Strum, but that's a crate. Procedural macro from scratch. Wait, what do they mean? From usize volume LOD from wrapper. Where does this come from? Oh, that's strum. Okay. Oh, well, I guess for now we can do it manually. Not that big of an issue. Let's see, as index, to index, I guess, self. Actually, you can implement from. From cannot fail, right? Yeah, okay. Let's just see where it takes us in general. This could be just index. Okay, so now input scheme detection is in here. We should be able to deal with it, technically. Special interaction slider. Let's add it here. Oh, it's already in here. Okay, never mind. No, because it's slider. I'm silly. That's select. Let's go to the plugin somewhere. Select plugin. Okay. Handle events, update values, group position, size, name, variant. See, now this is a problem as well. Because these two systems would still need to know what type of enum we're dealing with. Unless reflection can like give me a dynamic trait. I wonder, just out of curiosity, let's try this out. I'm gonna make a new trait for this. So it's gonna require from uSize, and then it's gonna have this little function. And I'm gonna implement setting enum. Okay, so now everything can implement this trait. Any enum necessary. And the only question is if I can do this. It's probably gonna miss some reflection, right? Setting enum plus static cannot be sent between threads safely. Okay, but we can enforce that, right? The size for values of type cannot be known at compilation time. Well, I guess it's because it's a dynamic trait. So it just cannot know the size at all. Okay, so that's not the way to go. Despite the fact that technically it doesn't need to know the size, because setting path is only really storing it in a phantom data. So it's not like it needs to know. Yeah, I mean, we could get rid of this marker. And just have one generic setting path. Like this. We just need to pass the types to the actual methods instead of have them on the thingy. Okay, let's just see if this would work. because then this is just a setting path. It doesn't really care. But the real question is, can I do this? Yeah, I guess not. I guess not. That's not possible. But I wonder, maybe there's something else. Get a reference to the specified element on the given reflect object. It's a reference to the value specified by path. To retrieve a statically typed reference, use path get path. Ooh, oh, this returns a dynamically typed object. What can I do with it though? That's the question. I can just call set, right? From my understanding. Applies a reflected value to this value. Performs a type checked assignment of a reflected value to this value. If value does not contain a value of type T, returns an error containing the trait object. I mean, we are already using reflection, so I guess we could do that. But once I get dynamic reference to reflect, I wonder if I can cast it to like a different trait. Okay, I'm gonna think about this in my free time, but I feel like it's a good time to finish this live stream because it's been a while. We did manage to implement, some UI elements with settings. We just need to save the settings and then load the settings, and then we're good to go. We should be able to define them quite easily, just in time for the next playtest. Okay, so, no, not the break, the ending. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Pleasure having you here, as always. And I will see you when? On Thursday, 2 days from now. Yeah, good night, everybody.